Chapter 926. Refining Star Thought Immortal Gu Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Underground Cave. The Blood-Ji forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the center of the Blood-Ji forest, the Blood-Ling-Ji shined with a dark red light, but currently the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed. They crashed into one another like a meteor shower or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fang Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green. There was no warmth at all. It was icy cold. Fang Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed. He evaluated. It seems that the Gu formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom Gu more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This Gu formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this Gu formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom Gu was rank 9, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This Gu formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this Gu formation was not in its original state. It had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the Gu formation even exploded inside Fang Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fang Yuan withstood the backlash of the Gu formation and suffered a minor injury. The Gu formation still needs to be modified, but that is not key. Now, the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fang Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fang Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fang Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her zombie alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fang Yuan was well prepared. He naturally got to refining Gu. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the Refinement Path Convention this time. He could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal Gu, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of pale flame white bones and a portion of green beetle water lotuses. The former was a fire path immortal material. The latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, the 2 immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were fire path Dao marks on the pale flame white bone and water path Dao marks on the green beetle water lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the fire path Dao marks and the water path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for long. It needed to be refined right before use. Fang Yuan did not have a time path Immortal Gu to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fang Yuan had to create the liquid while refining Immortal Gu. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fang Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them. He could only estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path Gu immortal. He was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the Immortal Gu recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the Gu refinement materials met the Immortal Gu recipe's requirements after Fang Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire Immortal Gu refinement process had many such examples like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining Immortal Gu was extremely low. Many Gu Immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an Immortal Gu without success. Immortal Gu were a huge boost to the Gu Immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, Gu Immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to Immortal Gu. But in the history of Gu cultivation, there were countless instances of Immortal Gu refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have a single Immortal Gu. Gu Immortals would rather attempt to capture wild Immortal Gu than take a risk and refine Immortal Gu themselves. Of course, there was another reason: refinement path attainment levels differed between Gu Immortals. Many Gu Immortals did not have the confidence to refine Immortal Gu themselves. Especially when it came to Immortal Gu with higher ranks, Gu Immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even 2 Venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor to help them refine Immortal Gu and Immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal Gu recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the Immortal Gu recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original Immortal Gu recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out. They were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of Gu refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, Fang Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Lu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the Gu refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement. All of the funded immortal materials would become Fang Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the Immortal Gu, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the Immortal Gu but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fang Yuan would not agree to it. He would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu as soon as possible. He could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness funding. Fang Yuan failed 3 times. The losses were all on him. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness plans. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay his debt, with the Wisdom Path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fang Yuan to work for her. After all, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were very rare. Those with Fang Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier, because this would allow her to take down Lu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now, I have already failed 3 times. I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining Gu, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fang Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck Immortal Gu. He could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect, but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fang Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck. They were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare. In the entirety of the 5 regions, looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fang Yuan calculated. The remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yishur had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiao Yao on the Nameless Island. There is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos. The appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces. A new Gu cultivation path, dream path, was produced. Everything hinted towards the emergence of great dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere, dragons and snakes rampaged all, while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House. One of the 10 great ancient sects, she had incredible talent. It was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength. Her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle. Turning disaster into fortune, her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fang Yuan's luck connection. Chapter 927. Fang Yuan's opportunity. Unfortunately, Fairy Black Moon wore a mask and had a mysterious status. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like a rising sun. She was dazzling and bright. There was no biography on her. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple in Spirit Affinity House. Or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu Immortal. In short, I have too little information. There is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters. But they only had strong luck for a period of time. It was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations. Some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, my luck can become very strong in the short run. I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal Gu successfully. But I do not have Break Luck. When they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he had Break Luck Immortal Gu, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain Break Luck in the future, Fang Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fang Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demonis sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine Gu again. But Fang Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine Gu. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old Ancestor Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old Ancestor Hu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old Ancestor Hu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge. It spanned across 5 regions. Their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer, their authority would be undermined, and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the Gu Immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old Ancestor Hu was found in the Immortal Zombie Graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies. They burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of Dao marks in their bodies. They were excellent Gu refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal Aperture was dead. Thus, they held their own bodies in high regard. This was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu immortals. The Immortal Zombie Graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled. But their sanctuary was ravaged by old Ancestor Hu. Could they ignore this? Old Ancestor Hu went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. It seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal Gu fortune, rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fang Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Mahong Yuan was alive and well. Old Ancestor Hu did not obtain him. Of course, he could not refine immortal Gu fortune, rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows. Old Ancestor Hu was implicated by me. Old Ancestor Hu's plight was a good thing to Fang Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yaksha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old Ancestor Hu's match? After it happened, they could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored. The 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage. They sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies out to punish old Ancestor Shui Hu and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was necessary for her to go. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Ulu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon and Sue by Man. Fate worked in mysterious ways. It really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Sue by Man had no more hope, but because of old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Ulu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Sue by Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Ulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Sue by Man had been having a hard time. Everyone avoided them like the plague. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, there was only one final round in Ulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon and Sue by Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many Gu Immortals came over to befriend them, to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Sue by Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fang Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai by Yunsheng. Fang Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Ulu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards. It was far less important than Refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And Refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was only the icing on the cake. It was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fang Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to disguise as Immortal Zombie Sha Huang in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Jiugu and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Fang Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, he invaded Ulu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Fang Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Fang Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Fang Yuan more attempts at Refining Star Thought Immortal Gu over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended, as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old Ancestor Shui Hu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xing Xiang Zi might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old Ancestor Shui Hu. All in all, the chance that Fang Yuan had been trying to create and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old Ancestor Shui Hu getting discovered. Towards old Ancestor Shui Hu, Fang Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Several days later, Northern Plains, in the deepest parts of Luo Po Valley, the atmosphere was tense. The 5 Gu Immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon Venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luo Po Valley. Bufei Yinside. These last days, they had taken control of Luo Po Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Jiugu, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui. In the end, They confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years. Hong Chi-Ming said. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 here. Now that ancient soul sect's old oracle had died, Hong Chi-Ming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent Immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luo Po Valley these last days. After all, 2 Gu Immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving heaven demon Venerable after all. Lord Fengjiu Gu is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Baisheng had planned meticulously to trap Fengjiu Gu in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent Gu Immortals spoke. Their words contained deep meaning. Their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under heavenly court, but they did not coexist in harmony. They had incessant conflicts. If Fengjiu Gu, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Ling Mei, they had Immortal Gu. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Manor, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Even though we took down Luo Po Valley, Old Oracle has died and Fengjiu Gu is trapped, we can only stop here now. That's right, after this battle, we have all suffered huge losses. We need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened and the fruits of our investigation over to our sects. That is the most important thing. That makes sense. Don't forget, we have captured Hui Feng Zi and the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable. We need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 Immortals silently smiled internally. Why would they save Fengjiu Gu? Save him so that he could suppress them? Save him so that he could get a share of the loot? But they were in the righteous path. They needed to act on the surface and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent Immortals agreed on one thing: to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. Chapter 928. Luck Path Backlash. After passing the regional wall, the group from Eastern Sea finally reached Northern Plains. I am finally back. Fang Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. As he stepped on the grassland, his wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, Blazing Heaven Demoness' gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas. Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland. The yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But Blazing Heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, the other Gu Immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They felt curiosity, yet unfamiliarity towards Northern Plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them. They felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras. They were both rank 8. These Gu Immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were barely any living Gu Immortals. Including Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group. They had strength in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It sent out such a huge group to Northern Plains just to take revenge. However, all of the Gu Immortals were injured now. The rank 6 Gu Immortals were lightly injured. The rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were weak and had damaged bodies. Some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 Gu Immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The Eastern Sea Immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. They had to pass 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 Immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 Gu Immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Fang Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level, at the bottom of rank 6. At the same time, he was also a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea regional wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains regional wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 Immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demonis had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demonis received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 Immortal zombie and half of the rank 7s. Fang Yuan observed silently. At the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of Immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a Gu formation, causing an earth tide. Once in a while, an earth tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an earth tide. An earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an earth tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the earth tides, many Gu Immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fang Yuan and the others set off, the earth tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, there was a method to create an artificial earth tide, weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fang Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 Immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu Immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 Immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength. Thus, she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not hesitate. She smiled. According to a reliable source, old Ancestor Shui, who has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there. We should rest and recuperate and recover our battle strength. That is the best course of action. The Immortal zombies nodded in agreement. There were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls. Their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point. They needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not even go back to Darkflow Giant City. She chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent Gu Immortals when they came. There was no other choice. The cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big. It was the residence of old Ancestor Shui. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant Gu formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the Gu formation, there was an old man. It was old Ancestor Shui. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the Gu formation. It was a female immortal. This female immortal looked like she was in her late 20s. She had a beautiful appearance and elegant disposition. It was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old Ancestor Shui's wife. She looked much younger than old Ancestor Shui, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wanshou once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of Gu Immortal Wang Jiao. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan Gu, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were extremely hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other Gu Immortals. During Lady Wanshou's early days, many Gu Immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Gu Immortals. She had extended more than 1,000 years worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically. She built a strong network and was very popular. Many Gu Immortals needed her services. They naturally did not dare to offend her. They promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world as one of the 4 refinement path. Experts. Quasi-Great Grandmaster. She was only a step away from Great Grandmaster level. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou at all. As for old Ancestor Shui, he was an ice and snow path expert. He was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old Ancestor Shui wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But now, Lady Wan Shou was using this refinement path Gu formation not to refine Gu, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old Ancestor Shui from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance Immortal Zombie Graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple-gold light. It was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later, the Gu formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple-gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly. It went back to its previous state. Old Ancestor Shui looked at Lady Wan Shou with an expectant gaze. He was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wan Shou frowned slightly. She shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple-gold rock is. Old Ancestor Shui was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my Gu formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wan Shou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge. You need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui nodded. He said heavily. This time, I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly. I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard. But suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle. Thus Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh, old Ancestor Shui sighed deeply. Now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal. Lady Wan Shou said in a heavy tone. Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu is rank 8. It is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core Immortal Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining Gu recently, I have been failing a lot too. It is likely the effect of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But dear, just now, you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies. The rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, all of this would be worth it. Ever since old Ancestor Shui bought Fang Yuan, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. This matter was not advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, old Ancestor Shui and Lady Wan Shou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Not only them, many Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had received old Ancestor Shui's orders to collect immortal materials, but they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, old Ancestor Shui had already experienced a backlash from luck path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. It attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. But fighting both of them alone, old Ancestor Shui forced them to retreat. Luck path was not invincible by any means. Old Ancestor Shui used his immense strength to resist the backlash of luck path. Just now, it was a near guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies, but due to the luck path backlash, he became careless, and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the more we can see the power of this immortal Gu, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry, I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision. If anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here. I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old Ancestor Shui laughed. He displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. Chapter 929. Plotting against old Ancestor Shui the huge Dark Flow Giant City was situation in a desolate land. Darkness loomed over it. The giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since old Ancestor Shui had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yaksha and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense. No matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demonis led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yaksha, and Huang Quan Wang welcome leader and both lords. Greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects. They could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. Get up. You were facing old Ancestor Shuahu. It was not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Lu Gong and the others sighed in relief. Their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, but at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old Ancestor Shuahu was too arrogant. He has to pay the price. We of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 Immortal zombie said. The surrounding Immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 Immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 Immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall, which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. Leader, when are we counterattacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious. She said leisurely, "This matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there." That's right. Looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old Ancestor Shuahu's methods. Another rank 8 Immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies. Compared to living Gu immortals, they had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character. The publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost. Some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fang Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard. It was far deeper in Earth Trench. How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan was becoming more excited about it. But currently, it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group. He could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old Ancestor Shuahu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange. It was the person who could fight old Ancestor Shuahu to this extent. Who was this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a Gu formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well, but why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. She asked Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yaksha, and Huang Quan Wang smiled bitterly. They admitted blame in unison. We have failed our duties. We were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. Her expression turned cold. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old Ancestor Shuahu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Pu Wan Dao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance, for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order. We have to work together to rescue this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. It was like this. The immortal zombies showed looks of shock. Yin Lu Gong and the other two were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Yaksha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea. I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie was on, that he had to come to the highly important immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly. This is not something you are qualified to know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up. She tried to ease the situation. Our enemy now is old Ancestor Shuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well. In Lu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fang Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old Ancestor Shuehu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. Hee, if this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Yaksha was probably trying to ask about this. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions? Ha ha. Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. She only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person. She did not show any displeasure. Instead, she said, next, let us talk about how we will teach old Ancestor Shuehu a lesson and also save the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie's body has an abundance of fire path and lightning path down marks. He is extremely suited to be used to refine Gu. We should not waste time. We should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of a bore. Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something. But Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That is right. The other party captured the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie. He has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old Ancestor Shuehu, he will use the hostage to threaten us. We will be restricted, and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain-blessed land and save the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. Outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators. Some must come from snowy mountain-blessed land. With just this, we can see how alert old Ancestor Shuehu is. Snowy mountain-blessed land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in. It is like surrendering ourselves to them. Of course, Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you wanna, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength, you will succeed. You. Corpse Detonation King was lost for words. He showed an ashamed and angry expression. Then, in your opinion, what shall we do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Even though old Ancestor Shuehu is strong and snowy mountain-blessed land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh, what weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had no interest in dealing with old Ancestor Shuehu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go with them. She gave him one mission only, that was to continue refining Star Thought immortal Gu. She even gave Fang Yuan a token. It provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine immortal Gu, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed and in his favor. Fang Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yulu Blessed Land? That is not possible. Not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old Ancestor Shuehu. Now that Shark Demon and Subai Man have started invading it again, they are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, together with my Wisdom Path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old Ancestor Shuehu. Chapter 930. Creating a chance to enter Earth Trench. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu did not even progress to 1/3. Fang Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared, the starlight disappeared without a trace, and the large secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here. Thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of connect luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it. I have already showed enough efforts on the surface. Now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through. This naturally could not be allowed. Although Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the Immortal Gu and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods, and both sides were restricted by Immortal Killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fang Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? And Fang Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal-level restrictions of information path. But he did not have relevant Immortal Gu, so at present, he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, is even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried refining Star Thought Immortal Gu to make Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising, and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the experts to deal with old Ancestor Shuehu, using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old Ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness. What was old Ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains Gu immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Shuehu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but he severely lacked immortal materials, even though he already had Mahong Yuan, the main material. This concerned rank 8 Immortal Gu. He needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old Ancestor Shuehu. They were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old Ancestor Shuehu let go of his status and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench, like a 2-bit thief. This showed old Ancestor Shuehu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans, and various other strategies. These demonic path Gu immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of luck path, the immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fang Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. In Xian immediately bowed. "Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement." Fang Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. "Don't bother me." Saying this, he walked away. Who does he thinks he is, to be so arrogant in our base? The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fang Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. Yin did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan as well as Dr. Yin and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them, knowing Fang Yuan was here to get immortal materials. He handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held the Gu worm and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wandao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity. I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke. Sir Xing Xiangzi, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries. Who knew that right as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good. Fang Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder, and also very agitated. One look at this appearance, and the managing immortal zombie knew Fang Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking, serves me right. Why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me? At once, he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fang Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path Gu worm and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling. Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times. Why is it like this? Why? Dr. Yin and Landlord Lei Yu looked at each other, and both sensibly stayed away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar, and occasionally, he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. Yin tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it this. Damned Immortal Gu, why am I not succeeding? Fang Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets but decided to go all in to win back the losses. Screw it, I will stake it all. This time, it will definitely succeed, definitely. Right, it will succeed. The 3 immortal zombies watched on indifferently, and as they looked on at Fang Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many Gu immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal Gu, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains, and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. Yin and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided. You 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench, Dr. Yin's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around and perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demoness had ordered them to monitor Fang Yuan. Naturally, it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fang Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, we will gather any immortal materials you require. Sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh? Fang Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. Both of us have received leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. Sir, if you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to leader? Please don't make it difficult for us. Dr. Yin gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fang Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared. What does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining Gu. I only know I need Earth Shell Snail, Star Night Mucus. Earth Shell Snail, Star Night Mucus? Sir, please hold on, I will check. Dr. Yin immediately said. He also had information path Gu worms on him, which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. Yin showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earth Shell Snail Mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, in warehouse number 6, there are 2 to 3 in stock. Will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fang Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. Xian's nose. Have you become deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earth shell snail, star night mucus. Star night mucus. Not ordinary mucus. Do you understand? He then hurriedly continued. Earth shell snail mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star night mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and star night mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. For a moment, Dr. Xian and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fang Yuan's scolding. Chapter 931. Finally entering Earth Trench. Earth shell snails lived in the depths of Earth Trench, or rather, they could only live there. According to what Fang Yuan said, to collect the star night mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an earth shell snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the star night mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earth shell snails had mild temperaments. It was not hard to get near them. One could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain earth shell snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, the more fierce beasts, mysterious plants, and wild goo worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the earth shell snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the earth shell snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts. Even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live. Do you understand? Fang Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness name. These 2 immortal zombies had no choice. The 2 discussed for a while before Dr. Xian said with a gloomy face to Fang Yuan, "This is very important. I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide this ourselves." In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fang Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them, "Then go." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. The truth was, Star Night Mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal Gu recipe. Star Night Mucus was a personal innovation by Fang Yuan. It had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal Gu, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal Gu. It was an easy-to-gather rank 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for earth shell snails, I can make use of it to produce Star Night Mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts Gu. Fang Yuan evaluated. But in the long run, the Star Night Mucus method of production would be deciphered by others. They would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts Gu. In the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Xian stayed and accompanied Fang Yuan. The unlucky fellow, Landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain Gu formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an Information Path Gu formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fang Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Gu would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fang Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to assault them and prevent them from obtaining Gu refinement immortal materials, so that old Ancestor Shui, who would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fang Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were rank 7, and 3 were rank 6. This was slightly beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He could see blazing heaven demoness sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was, not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact, the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some Earth trenches stretched on for millions of li, some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, some were immeasurably deep. In the Gu Master world, it was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yaksha, and Huang Quan Wang, the 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts. In the past, when Dark Flow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 Gu Immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Anzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By nighttime, Fang Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fang Yuan and the others went inside. As their view of the trench gradually enlarged, dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 dark flow giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance did not have the strength. Even though they exerted all their efforts, they only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of 1 or 2 paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider, and it showed just how small Fang Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fang Yuan looked around without making a sound. He observed the immortal zombies secretly, using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yaksha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. In Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie, called Linden Yao. In the last 5 days, Fang Yuan had obtained some of their information. He was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Yaksha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Yaksha was able to raise large amounts of Yaksha octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. In Xian, as his title suggested, was a healing Gu immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yun Shang, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking. His attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Linden Yao, he was skilled in controlling birds. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. Xian could help Fang Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Yao could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the Immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the two cliffs on the sides. Birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Yao's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences. Ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Yao was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly. It would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fang Yuan did not do anything suspicious. He was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Yao suddenly said, "There is a Yaksha octopus in front and towards the left. It is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it. We will detour around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful. A rank 6 Yaksha octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find earth shell snails and gather immortal materials. That was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles. They should save their immortal essence for now. Earth shell snails lived deep in Earth Trench. They moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations. They were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But earth shell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the earth shell snail's gentle nature. It let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fang Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the earth shell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Chapter 932. Yaksha Octopuses, Mouth Earthworm. Without speaking, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already traveled more than 130 kilometers down into Earth Trench. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. "We can't go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yi Cha said. "At this depth, we are already at the range of the Earth Shell Snail's habitat. Let's look around." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit. But the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fang Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No immortal zombie objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. "Great." Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious. Check the surroundings first. Make sure there are no dangers lurking around." Dragon Commander Yi Cha was very patient. The Immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Yaksha octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight. It will definitely alert these Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Everyone's expressions sank. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. "Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance," Dr. Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. "That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method. But in short, we should get rid of these Yaksha octopuses first." Fang Yuan's attitude was firm, and his reason was valid. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Yi Cha relented. "Then we will fight this group of Yaksha octopuses before Xing Xiangzi starts." This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king, having rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Yao will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Xian, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly arranged matters. Fang Yuan did not have to do anything. The Yaksha octopuses were truly unfortunate. The immortal zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Yaksha octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed. Only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha said to Fang Yuan, "Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and attack." Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He slowly went into battle. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Yaksha octopus that was in better condition, before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Swish, swish, swish. Starlight shone brightly. Fang Yuan attacked nonstop. He quickly killed this Yaksha octopus, which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Yaksha octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles in place of legs. This final Yaksha octopus was in a good condition. It fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fang Yuan, as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Yaksha octopus tentacles. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Lind and Yao manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Yaksha octopus, which was trying to escape from leaving, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Yaksha octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. All right, you can stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yaksha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Yaksha octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Yaksha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only showed his star path battle strength, but even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Liu, who was unhappy towards Fang Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fang Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Liu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fang Yuan started collecting Star Night mucus. He requested the immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped moving. Its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals could do nothing to it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the earth shell snail was large like a whale and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of earth shell snails, even if it was still in earth trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In earth trench, there were more than Yaksha octopuses. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milkgrass. On their later journey, they met with 3 earth shell snails, among which Fang Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Night mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast red flame snake. This monster had dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the walls of earth trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fang Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to his destination. We've discovered a large number of Yaksha octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward. There are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lind and Yao suddenly reported anxiously. Then we will leave this place and go in another direction. Dragon Commander Yaksha immediately ordered 30 desolate beasts. That was the battle strength of 30 rank 6 Gu immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopuses commanding it. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon, they found a 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of earth trench at an extremely slow pace. We're finally lucky. After investigating, Lind and Yao laughed. This area has little danger. Sir Xingxiangzi can go ahead and collect the mucus. Fang Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of earth path down marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this earth shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast, earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed. Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful. This gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fang Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. With a loud thud, Fang Yuan crashed into the wall. His legs were deeply stuck in the wall as he showed a terrified expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape. Fang Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in Starfire as he flew. Don't fly. Dragon Commander Yaksha roared. But it was too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth shell snails at once. Fang Yuan screamed, "Someone save me." Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. Be careful. The mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there, we will definitely rescue you. The immortal zombies were panicking. They moved at once. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain themselves to blazing heaven demonists? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical ancient desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fang Yuan went inside, he used a star path killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier. In 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel teleported him away, and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others still thought that Fang Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fang Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from fixed immortal travel had attracted the huge group of Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled, turning into a Yaksha octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Yaksha octopuses towards Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others were unable to discern Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xingxiangzi was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Yaksha octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. Chapter 933, Wild Immortal Gu, Traces of Gu Formation in the Chaotic Battle. Fang Yuan managed to escape. When he returned to the place where the Yaksha octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no, another ancient Yaksha octopus, and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seemed to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Yaksha was stuck in the chaotic battle. Seeing the octopus reinforcements, he cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xingxiangzi first. Hold on. Dragon Commander Yaksha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence. He used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demonis had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders. They could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy, and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits. They could only attack from afar. The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. But with the Yaksha octopus group, it became a 3-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. Xingxiangzi, you must survive. Landlord Liu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fang Yuan, the moment he thought that Fang Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fang Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Yaksha octopuses. Groups of Yaksha octopuses lived in the 2 sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Yaksha octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fang Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Yaksha octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate beast-level Yaksha octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus kings. Fang Yuan entered the hole, and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fang Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Yaksha octopus habits. Yaksha octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of Earth Trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, the black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fang Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil, there were lots of weeds and needlewood. They were rooted into the walls, and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru. When Fang Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside, there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild goo worms in them. Fang Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 were earth path goo worms, 1 was dark path, and 1 was water path. Of course, these were mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yaksha is able to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses. Is his immortal aperture mimicking this environment? Fang Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fang Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Yaksha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Yaksha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Yaksha by researching this environment, but now was not the time. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later, howl! This was the final growl before the fierce beast died. But this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fang Yuan. He used his goo worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Yaksha octopus cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Yaksha octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Yaksha octopuses. The Yaksha octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fang Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yaksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into 2, the upper half and the lower half, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Yaksha octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He found some Yaksha octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fang Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use Mortal Gu to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Yaksha octopuses out. But there was still an ancient Yaksha octopus king and numerous desolate beast Yaksha octopuses. If the Yaksha octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fang Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance after all. Within the investigative range of Gu immortals, it was not just some light effects. The aura of immortal Gu was like a fire burning in the night sky. And at this time, Fang Yuan had to refine Gu in Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fang Yuan was the person. who toppled 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan did not know that the central continent Gu Immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth Earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan evaluated. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fang Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus king resting. Its snores were loud as thunder. Evidently, it was sleeping. Immortal Gu aura. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild Immortal Gu in this Yaksha octopus king. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaksha octopus king was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the Gu worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild Immortal Gu. The joy in his heart vanished as Fang Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Yaksha octopus king earlier. If this Yaksha octopus king appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild Immortal Gu. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this Immortal Gu, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Yaksha octopus king. If this Yaksha octopus king's wild Immortal Gu could expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fang Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. At this time, the Yaksha octopus king's tentacles, which were wrapped up, loosened. It opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fang Yuan, who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He got past the Yaksha octopus king and went behind it as if it was normal. Behind the Yaksha octopus king, there was a pile of white bones. There was some rotting meat left in them. The octopus king shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind was energized. It is here. There are Dao marks exposed here. These are traces of a Gu formation. Countless Gu worms in his immortal aperture were activated. Immortal essence was expended rapidly as this Gu formation was unraveled. Soon, Fang Yuan found that this space path giant Gu formation only showed a trace of a flaw because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant Gu formation. But to unravel this Gu formation, I have to activate Gu worms. The disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a piece of bone and left the Yaksha octopus king. He quickly returned, and when he reached a certain place, he used his Immortal Gu and directly attacked a close-by desolate beast Yaksha octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yaksha octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. When he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yaksha octopus king was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path Gu formation. After the Yaksha octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fang Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge Gu formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months. To do so, Chapter 934, Sea of Immortal Material remains. Such an enormous Gu formation required at least several months to be unraveled. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fang Yuan's hands moved very fast. Countless Gu worms fluttered all around, unraveling the Gu formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yaksha octopus king was already on its way. Time waits for no man. Strive for every second. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous Gu formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yaksha octopus king had already returned. Time was up. He had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the Gu formation was already the limits of Fang Yuan's ability. If Fang Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan relaxed and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus king was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yaksha octopus king returned to its place. and gazed around first of all. It felt there was something off. When Fang Yuan analyzed the Gu formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yaksha octopus king feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yaksha octopus king only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed, but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fang Yuan's worries finally dissipated. He cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yaksha octopus king seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who was to say it might not call back the other Yaksha octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fang Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous Gu formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fang Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fang Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 True Yang building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect who Immortal Blessed Land, and Starform Blessed Land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal Aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than who Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Moreover, living Gu immortal Apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The Immortal Gu was activated, green light blossomed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant Gu formation. Just outside the Gu formation was the Yaksha octopus king. But because of the isolation effect of the Gu formation, it was unaware of anything. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a Gu formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the Gu formation. However, Fang Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the Gu formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned Gu formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the Gu formation had the will left behind by the Gu Immortal. It could be like 88 True Yang building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was in giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile, as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fang Yuan's site, like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fang Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions, and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the Gu Immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 Gu Immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fang Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining Immortal Gu dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse, with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As Gu Immortal's cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous Gu formation has even higher value. Fang Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous Gu formation. In this Gu formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this Gu formation, otherwise it would be too late for regret. With this Gu formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a Gu formation, which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this Gu formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fang Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fang Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed. The joyous look on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound. It is more quiet than even my dead aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snake-tail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound. But the moment Fang Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fang Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem. They were unusable. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of Tao marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their Tao marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state. As for an immortal zombie body which contained Tao marks, could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this Gu formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole Gu formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 935, Surprising Gains Swoosh. Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent's starry sky grotto heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered, half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken. Its four limbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression, or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse, Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon, he saw a second desolate beast. This was an earth chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail. Its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved, but when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from Central Continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in northern plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood sacred elephants, and 3 of them. Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast Earth Chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Cheng that involved the whole of northern plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare, they were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon howling heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark stallion, ice spike divine ape, white hoof ink horse, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp-tusked boar. Those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas grand smoke sea turtle, desolate beasts. And ancient desolate beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. This is a ruined bat. Fang Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruined bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruined bat that Fang Yuan had seen back in Taichio. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be, remnant heavenly dog. Fang Yuan checked it over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a remnant heavenly dog personally. He had only read about its descriptions and records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast. I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to deduce this huge Gu formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space path Gu formation. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this Gu formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials. This is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly, because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 Gu immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 True Yang building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 Venerable, then this must be the work of a super organization. This organization spans across all 5 regions. That is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was Treasure Yellow Heaven and Gu immortals could use it to trade, at this scale, Treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fang Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the Gu formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fang Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct, because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every super force had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp Central Continent and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions, while being hidden and mysterious. That place is... Fang Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the Gu formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally, but now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds. There were no feathers. They were half-transparent. They should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan gulp. An immemorial desolate beast aura. Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark golden glow. This light is that of Dao marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in Dao marks. Only with a Dao mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of Dao marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honey bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honeybees were a living being recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. Each of these honeybees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant Great Sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are at just the right size. Fang Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings, but something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged. They did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even give out Dao mark light. Thus, more accurately speaking, this was quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Chapter 936. Multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan held in his excitement. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality. Even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material, it had so many Dao marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine Immortal Gu was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of Dao marks. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms were the vessels of the great Dao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny Gu worm contained Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating Gu worms would result in many magical effects. The more Dao marks in a Gu worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an Immortal Gu was to gather the Dao marks in countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fang Yuan's immortal material had many Dao marks. In theory, it could be used to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 Immortal Gu. The Dao marks in a rank 8 Immortal Gu were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 Immortal Gu. Of course, this bee wing that resembles a tiger-striped honey bee mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I am trying to refine a metal path Immortal Gu, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material. It would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I've finally had some gains after entering this Gu formation. Fang Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center. He was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake. This was another rank 8 immortal material. But the quality was slightly lower than the bee wing earlier. There was no light from Dao marks. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. The immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fang Yuan squeezed it. This immortal material was very soft. It could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Is this? Fang Yuan felt excitement. He activated his Gu worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fang Yuan's hands. It rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly as the cloud danced in the air. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions. It was a mystical creature that only existed in white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline. Instead, it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in white heaven. After having a phoenix's aura or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was neither made of flesh and blood nor clouds. The Cloud Phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the Cloud Phoenix's true body, but the Cloud Path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 Immortal Gu at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the Cloud Phoenix affirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the purple desert. He had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of Gu paths, among which 3 materials had a lot of Star Path or Wisdom Path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could forget about Blazing Heaven Demonis and refine the Gu himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of Star Thought Immortal Gu would have to change as well. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the light of wisdom to easily do it. He was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpses' bodies. The Gu Immortal who created this place, they actually used so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path, Gu formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the Gu Immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal Gu. But it was a pity, the Gu refinement failed and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path Gu formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the Gu refinement immortal materials were destroyed, only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is, or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this Gu formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere, without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 Gu immortals would be moved. If old Ancestor Shui, who knew that Fang Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fang Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, old Ancestor Shui, who was already going bankrupt trying to find the supplementary immortal materials, even though he had Ma Hongyun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal, or Gu Immortal organization, was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sigh, in the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried, how many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing. The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually, legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fang Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fang Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the Gu formation as well. If it was not here, then Fang Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land, there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around. There were nothing. But under Fang Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the Gu formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person. This is actually a multi-layered Gu formation, having such an incredible design. This must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path Gu formation, but what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and some phantom path Gu formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread. It was even rarer today. Fang Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding Gu worms. The food path supplementary Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation needs countless Gu worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the Great Explosion, the Gu formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path Gu formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fang Yuan. This is a phantom path Gu formation. As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path Gu formation to maintain their lives. Fang Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Tai Chiu, Dong Fang Chong Fan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have recognized this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe this is the reason why the Gu formation survived the Great Explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with such attainment levels have their own refinement path Gu formations, and also many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, the refinement path Gu worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is known as the best formation for refinement path in Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is also a multi-layered Gu formation, using a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some refinement path Gu formations as well. But these Gu formations were very superficial. After all, they had to do with his formation path attainment. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy and even more limited time. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. Chapter 937, Life and Death, Immortal Aperture. The Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old Ancestor Hu. He was a rank 8 grade expert, but he could not set up such a Gu formation. To set up this Gu formation, old Ancestor Hu personally went to ask the number 1 formation path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu, for help. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path Gu Immortal. He had a firm personality and refused to cooperate. Old Ancestor Hu knew that he could not be forceful. He put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old Ancestor Hu talked about Lady Wan's show at the final time, Sun Ming Lu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Ming Lu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old Ancestor Hu was setting up the refinement path Gu formation for his beloved wife. Their love touched him, therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. He set up a Gu formation that prevented the Central Continent Gu Immortals from advancing. Eventually, the Gu formation was broken, and Sun Ming Lu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside, biography of Sun Ming Lu, the matter about old Ancestor Hu's invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction using this Gu formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered Gu formation that Sun Ming Lu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. Then the Gu Immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great grandmaster. Or rather, they could even be a supreme grandmaster. Supreme grandmaster. The attainment level above great grandmaster, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path, long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique. They had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food path Gu formation, phantom path Gu formation, metal path Gu formation, strength path Gu formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the Gu formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These Gu formations were all near the brink of destruction. Mortal Gu inside were barely alive. There were 0 immortal Gu left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal Gu. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fang Yuan found a wisdom path Gu formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path Gu formation that he had discovered. The Gu formation was so fragmented that Fang Yuan bore no hope. But he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this Gu formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered Gu formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path Gu formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He mustered his strength and started to deduce this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fang Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path Gu formation and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate Gu formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the Gu formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining Gu here. I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked Yellow to add in this small Gu formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This Gu formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal Gu, among which 6 are rank 7, and 2 are rank 8. Every year, they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials. This is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete Immortal Gu recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining Gu. I tried to complete the Immortal Gu recipe of Devour Soul Immortal Gu, but in the end I refined an Immortal Gu with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a Soul Path Immortal Gu, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My Gu refinement failed. 3 of my defensive Gu formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path Gu formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that unscrupulous merchant, he dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Azure is really amazing. These days, Yellow arrived and repaired all of the Gu formations. I can refine Gu again. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant Gu Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of accursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. Sigh. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that Soul Path Immortal Gu, so that Immortal Gu's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed. His state is so pitiful. He is only 1 step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed. It can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully. Our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws. Heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with code names, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. I will call this organization 7 Rainbows for now. Fang Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the Gu formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the Gu formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. They were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded. Today, I found another revival method, but to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a Gu immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellow and purple worked together and obtained an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Limitless Demon Venerable. His achievements in Rule Path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless Demon Venerable is correct. There is life and death and life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process. It flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented. Actually, he was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. If this result is exposed, the entire Gu immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fang Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light. His expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a Gu immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has 2 layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the Gu Immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary Gu Immortal who are alive were filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to create losses to the Gu Immortal. The latter was full of death energy and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear. The entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture, and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. Any Gu Immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire Gu Immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos. Chapter 938. Successfully returning to the city with a whooshing sound. At a nook of the Yaksha Octopuses' cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fang Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the Gu formation. He had used fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu, and this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Yaksha Octopuses' underground cave. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple and crude Gu formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very low. He could only use Gu formations of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan appeared, this mortal Gu formation immediately broke apart. Some aura leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces. But soon, he heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Yaksha Octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Yaksha Octopuses are back already? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal Gu aura before the Yaksha Octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Yaksha Octopuses felt the aura of the immortal Gu and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The Octopuses searched around and saw nothing. Their uncertainty gradually vanished. They turned around and left. If they were Gu Immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fang Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth Earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Yaksha Octopuses had retreated, while the Northern Plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth Earthworm. Mouth Earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth Earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey. It would definitely rage and fight with the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth Earthworm is not their match. It does not have wisdom. It is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, it would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth Earthworm to escape from the immortal zombies' sights. Previously in Darkflow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth Earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path Tao marks on the mouth Earthworm. Thus Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength, they could not do anything to this mouth Earthworm for a period of time. Especially when the mouth Earthworm did not want to fight, and was using all its efforts to escape. battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old Ancestor Shui, who with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord by Zhu and force them to retreat. He had incredible battle strength. But to create the Gu formation, he still needed to ask Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were like this. In the history of Gu Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. There were all sorts of paths in Gu cultivation that meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy. Unless they had a lot of time, or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The mouth Earthworm escaped, while the Northern Plains immortal zombies chased. The traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen. Pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the mouth Earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of Earth Trench's creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the mouth Earthworm was going all out. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased, while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the mouth Earthworm must have panicked and led the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good. The more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fang Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light. They were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xing Xiangzi died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we did our best. Assaulting the mouth Earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the Earth Trench. I have never acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This mouth Earthworm fell into the acid bog. It had completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yaksha, was silent. He had the highest status among these people. He was the leader. He held the biggest responsibility towards Xing Xiangzi's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Yaksha's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fang Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi, Dr. Yin Xian called out. His gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He gave his explanation. Alas, when I was trapped inside the mouth Earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me, and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my Immortal Gu for an immortal killer move, sealing myself into star ice. This is my strongest defensive move. It was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback. I could not move at all, not just my body, but my thoughts as well. Therefore, I could not think. The star ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the star ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized. Xing Xiangzi must have fell out when we were chasing the mouth Earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. So close, so close. Xing Xiangzi, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Yaksha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good. Do you still need to collect Star Night mucus? Fang Yuan's face changed. He showed a hesitant expression, saying, Forget it. I was unlucky now. Let's go back and rest first. We will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xing Xiangzi's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well. Thus, everyone agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Night mucus, that was a problem for later. A few days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path Gu formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fang Yuan's face, but now, his mind was elsewhere. Possible, this is totally possible. Fang Yuan said internally. He was using the Gu formation to process the Gu refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling Gu worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant. Even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench, it had a dubious origin. Fang Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fang Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fang Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected, of Time Path, that was to use man, as before Immortal Gu with Time Anchor Immortal Gu to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fang Yuan found the possession method from Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fang Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fang Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique immortal ascension to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Jin Huang at the Refinement Path Convention. This method was even less plausible. It was suited for mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. He would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either. He had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu, he already had Dao marks in his body. He could not use Mortal Gu to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jin Huang told Fang Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path, in combination with everlasting Gu, he could achieve a permanent transformation. That was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting Gu? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal Gu, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 939. Dual 10 Extreme Physique Rank 9 Demon Venerable? Since the creator had yet to name the method, Fang Yuan gave it a tentative name, Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless Gu immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of Gu immortals obtained this method, from then on, the number of Gu immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively in an unprecedented fashion. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of Gu immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that of limited lifespan, and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Thus, Gu immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible. Ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. Gu immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of Gu immortals. During times of peace, most Gu immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life serve to remind Gu immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable and their power was not equal. Instead, the difficulty increased gradually. Gu immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter. Resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many Dao marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the Gu immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions. Thus, the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well. Nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely, and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like Blazing Heaven Demonists who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. Gu immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, reaccumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the Gu immortal. The strength of many Gu immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed. Their growth might even sometimes be stagnant. So how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Gu immortal was a typical example. She had passed 4 earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity, she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Gu immortal blessed land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat. That was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish, so what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a wood path Gu immortal who moved out all their wood path resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a fire path calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many fire path down marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the wood path Gu immortal brings back all the previously moved out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the wood path resources were kept in the blessed land and attracted a wood path tribulation, the immortal apertures would path down marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly. Keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the Gu immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a blood path calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Gu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yunsheng faced the calamity in his immortal aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the immortal aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture method. Although Gu immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head. They had to cultivate endlessly and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress. Only then could they continue to survive. But if they had a life and death immortal aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less, while there would be no drop in the number of downmarks gained. This was enough to benefit the cycle for the Gu immortal's cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, on top the original foundation. One can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. Gu immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to crumble, resources could not be accumulated quickly, and there was no hope of progress. It was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death immortal aperture created a cycle that allowed the Gu immortal's strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole Gu immortal world. The entire world would be revolutionized. The history of Gu masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contained such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method. It was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation of limitless demon Venerable's concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat, in the context of Earth's history, was like the invention of steam engine, electricity, and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional Gu master cultivation methods were passed down from Rinzu's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death immortal aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein, which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other Gu immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time. Even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy, it might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead immortal apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fang Yuan's own soul was from Earth. He had an open mind. The authority of the traditional way of Gu cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continue to progress over time. History continues to be written. Gu cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science. It continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors. Using their foundations, they are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert immortal zombie who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had stood on old immortal Kong Ju's shoulders. They used limitless demon Venerable's accomplishments in rule path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course, and the result would also be ideal for him, but he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fang Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every Gu cultivation path into different revival methods, different Gu worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path. He needed a large amount of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and many other types of supplementary Gu worms to finally create a multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, hope Gu was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment Gu and exert strength Gu. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope. These two concepts stood as opposites to each other, but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. Disappointment Gu and exert strength Gu are merely mortal Gu, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here. I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. Except that the life and death immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory, because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated. Using just the remaining dead immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment, or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fang Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his immortal aperture was not high in the first place. Its size was 3,500 square kilometers, and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum. It can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence, and have plentiful resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path Immortal Aperture was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method which excited Fang Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path immortal zombies' corpses as immortal materials and refine them in a Gu formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death Immortal Aperture created. His low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate, and the down marks in the aperture would stay in the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies were rich with down marks and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this, old Ancestor Shui would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment, it was clearly recorded. If one could obtain a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lu Lan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed lands has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers. Every year, the amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beats. The rate of time is even faster, thus precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength true martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death immortal aperture method was an excellent method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. The 10 extreme physiques. They had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently. They might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of Gu immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 supreme venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank, and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank. But they did not have the potential to grow, and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fang Yuan. There was only one reason for that. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And a life and death immortal aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times, there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history? I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique. Dual 10 extreme physique. And with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. Where can I find one? Right now, there is only one optimal target, He Lu Lan. At that instant, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court Blessed Land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience, for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Ruthless. Callous. Chapter 940. Fang Yuan's plan. Since he obtained the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make as much use of it as he could. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fang Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fang Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing. The advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength, true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength, true martial physique that cultivated to Gu immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fang Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lu Lan was his easiest target and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lu Lan herself was a formidable person. She had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply. She could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone. She had the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship. They would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fang Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by all the Gu immortals in the world. The allure of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy Gu immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan. Oh He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique, which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fang Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by, he was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since He Lu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, he took action to once again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Night Mucus. After that, he used the Star Night Mucus to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past. She later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fang Yuan. Earlier, she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dongfang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information Path specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. She was skilled at making locks. She was certain to be good at opening them. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. Even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching. Thus, this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea. He was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get He Lu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fang Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket. He would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fang Yuan had been asking for information path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fang Yuan. He had developed too rapidly. It already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fang Yuan had little understanding in regards to information path. With such low attainment, It was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fang Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in Information Path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's base. Blazing Heaven Demoness tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the Immortal zombies to attack the demonic path Gu Immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic path Gu Immortals had low luck to begin with. It was hard to collect immortal materials, but now with the Immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems. Their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Shui was helpless. The reason was simple. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui, whose battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that. She made use of Old Ancestor Shui, whose weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui, whose life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending Gu Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wanshou was skilled in Refinement Path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path. They both did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui, who went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughingstock in Northern Plains. Especially that Blazing Heaven Demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 Heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shui, who had to guard against her. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui, who had incredible battle strength against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness experience scheming made Old Ancestor Shui who suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were working non-stop. The number of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet. He kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Every month, Fang Yuan's profits were used for refining Gu worms, feeding Immortal Gu, as well as developing Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering Star Form Land Spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate Star Fragment Grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts Gu. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lu Lan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lu Lan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance, she had Fairy Li Shan's help if she wanted to breach the contract. She had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent Gu Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Starform Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead Aperture, Moving Perspective Cup Gu activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of He Cheng. He Cheng was the father of He Lu Lan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fang Yuan to come along and kill He Cheng. He Cheng's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the Super Force, He tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle, and by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by He tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, He Cheng sacrificed the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in He tribe. It was also their trump card. He actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had great authority, in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The Immortal Gu House dark prison was not his. The core Immortal Gu that made up the Immortal Gu House came from the four supreme elders of He tribe. After the central continent Gu Immortals divided up dark prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to their sects. One of the Immortal Gu had already been forcefully refined by a central continent Gu Immortal. Thus, the He tribe supreme elders learned about it. He Cheng had committed a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in Shadow Sect's activities, he had made an agreement with them. He could not expose any details regarding Shadow Sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. He Cheng could not explain the matter to his tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was unwilling to let him go. The Immortal Gu House was extremely important. It affected their deterrence capability and strength. It had to be taken back. And He Cheng was the clue. Thus, He tribe sent Gu Immortals to capture He Cheng. After both sides fought several times, He Cheng narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and He Lu Lan discussed it. They felt that now was the best time to take revenge after He Cheng had been abandoned by his tribe. They needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a Gu Immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fang Yuan also had his own motives. This was a good opportunity. He Lu Lan had been staying hidden all this time. Only during a chaotic battle could Fang Yuan find a chance to take action. Chapter 941. Third Battle with He Cheng. Escape. 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 A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass, like a flying snake. A moment later, the shadow vanished with a soft sound, and the flying stopped. He Cheng crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing, right beside him. He Cheng breathed roughly. He was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds. Some were deep until bones could be seen, some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but He Cheng was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from He tribe. If He tribe was not trying to capture He Cheng alive, with his current ability, there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits, huh? He Cheng felt grim internally. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up. Seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally, he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition, but now his face was pale and his lips were green. His body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body, like a venomous snake that felt threatened. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted. A large pathway was created. He Lu Lan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. It is you. He Cheng was shocked. He tried to stand up, but his head was dizzy. His body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely. He managed to regain his balance, but he was half squatting with tightened muscles. His expression was ruthless, but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the He tribe Gu Immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of He Lu Lan, He Cheng would be dead meat. His fate would be unthinkably miserable. He Cheng, to think that you would end up like this. He Lu Lan walked towards him. Her body was straight like a spear. Across a small river, she looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable. Who would have thought that He Cheng would end up in such a state? He Lu Lan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. Don't look at me with that gaze. He Cheng screamed. He struggled to get up. He could accept He Lu Lan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. I, the great He Cheng, do not need anyone's pity. Whoosh. A strong wind blew. The dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream, as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. Nice wind, nice scenery. This nameless location is a good place for you to die, He Cheng. He Cheng sneered. He could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs. Isn't there someone else? Why are you not coming out? Fang Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby. He did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You a tiger? You are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog, prepare to lose your life. Hei Lulan no longer concealed the anger inside her. She took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created. From her punch burst out. Fang Yuan's mood was stirred. He felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique's strength path down marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on Hei Cheng, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, Hei Cheng would die on the spot. Escape. Hei Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. Hei Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased him. But Hei Cheng was very fast. In a few breaths of time, Hei Lulan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though Hei Cheng lost the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise Hei Cheng's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now, the Dark Snake that Hei Cheng had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. Hei Cheng, stay here. Fairy Lishan took action. The surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. Hei Cheng's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xingxiang Zi to Hei Lulan or Fairy Lishan. Right now, he was using his strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, Hei Cheng accidentally went towards one of them and was stalled by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, Hei Lulan was still a distance from Hei Cheng. Seeing that Hei Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Lishan transmitted to Fang Yuan anxiously. Quickly stop him. Fang Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid bat wings on his back to fly towards Hei Cheng. Fairy Lishan frowned deeply. She could tell, with Fang Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct Hei Cheng. In truth, Fang Yuan was not planning to stop Hei Cheng either. Earlier, he had fought with Hei Cheng, but times were different now. Hei Cheng was Hei Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he would be able to use Hei Cheng in order to scheme against Hei Lulan. Fang Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture Hei Lulan. But after seeing Hei Cheng's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to zero. If it were possible, Fang Yuan would rather let Hei Cheng go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. Hei Cheng got rid of the obstacles. He gave Fang Yuan a look as he sneered. You finally came out? It is a pity you cannot catch me. Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant Iron Crown Eagle Phantom appeared behind Fang Yuan. His Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. As Fang Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to slow down. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, it was still a rank 5 Mortal Gu now. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was obtained from an Immortal Gu. It could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use time assist luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that Hei Cheng would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fang Yuan sighed. His body was like an eagle, pouncing at Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was slippery as a snake. He moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fang Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Lishan and Hei Lulan were no longer anxious. They were excited. With Fang Yuan's interference, Hei Cheng could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Lishan and Hei Lulan got close to them. Eventually, the 3 of them encircled Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng's expression was dark and ominous. He screamed with messy hair all over his face. You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed. An intense battle erupted. Rumble. Thunderous sounds exploded. Darkness shot out. Flowers were flying. Strength chi rampaged. The soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, Hei Cheng was heavily suppressed. Fang Yuan's group held the advantage. It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength. That is the limit. If I hold back anymore, Hei Lulan and Fairy Lishan would realize it. They would be suspicious towards me and lose trust. Seeing that this excellent pawn in Hei Cheng was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought against Cheng 3 times. Fang Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But Cheng's condition was too terrible. He had experienced the 100 days battle, and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with Tribe's Gu immortals. Thus at this moment, under the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, Cheng suffered another severe injury. He spat out blood and was about to lose. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at Cheng imposingly. Fang Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time. It grabbed Cheng before anyone could react. Green City Rampage. Cheng could not move. He screamed while being captured. Lu Lan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Solar. The fact that Tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of the Super Force Tribe had arrived together. We of Tribe will deal with our own Tribe members. How can we allow you to kill him casually? Lu Lan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Surrender now. At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead towards Lu Lan. At that moment, Lu Lan was unable to move. Strength path, giant hand. Fang Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. Boom. With an intense collision, strength path, giant hand collided with the green hand, and the strength path, giant hand disintegrated immediately. Pitiful trick. The green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a firebird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. Boom. With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. Blazing Heaven Demonis. The 4 supreme elders of Tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird. This was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demonis. It was widely known among Gu immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demonis here? Be it the Tribe Gu immortals or Fang Yuan, they were asking the same question. Chapter 942. Little Ant. Elder Ant. Her rank 8 aura was unconcealed, emanating freely. Blazing Heaven Demonis was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demonis shouted loudly. Tribe elders, this ancient battle formation Green City Rampage of yours is so incomplete. You have the face to use it? 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time, you came here together. Who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp? The green giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demonis. An elderly voice came out of the green giant's body. Blazing Heaven Demonis. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. Lu Lan and Cheng are members of Tribe. This is an internal family matter of ours. As an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities. Do be careful. Immediately after, another voice said, Blazing Heaven Demonis, aren't you going to deal with old Ancestor Shwehu? Why are you here to join in the chaos? Join in the chaos? Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demonis raised her head and laughed. Fairy Lishan spoke at this moment. She continued, Old Ancestor Shwehu's matter is none of your concern, elders of Tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter. What do you mean? Inside the green giant's body, the 4 elders of Tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. Big sister, Fairy Lishan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demonis stopped laughed. Her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the green giant. On the green giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire green giant. Soon, the hill-like green giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. In the burning flames, the green giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the green giant were shocked. When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense. Even our Green City Rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used. We cannot defend against it. But the four elders had rich battle experience. They were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the green giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the green giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of two or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, Fire Prison. These two immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis first used Angry Bird to attack the green giant. She next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the four elders of Hay Tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to down marks. Immortal killer moves used Immortal Gu as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary down marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the green giant's chest, temporary fire path down marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demonis used these fire path down marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the green giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a level. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. Roar. The green giant roared loudly. Large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated. But they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Lishan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield immortal killer move. Orchard Garden and Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise. The terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the two sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising. A chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Lishan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison, blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Even though he knew that Fairy Lishan had such a trump card, seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Lishan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me. It is because of Minuscule Mountain? Fang Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Lishan's Orchard Garden and Mountain is like myriad star fireflies. It has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, down marks in the Gu Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Lishan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique. A forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The mountain itself had a large number of down marks. Fairy Lishan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The down marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden and Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fang Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The four elders of Hay Tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Lishan used Orchard Garden and Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level green giant, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The green giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Lishan had stopped her activation. She no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden and Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees grew. The branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed. They floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the green giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 Hay Tribe elders was skilled in transformation path. Thus, the green giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an Immortal Gu house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the Gu immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were coiled onto the legs of the green giant. Humph! The green giant snorted, the color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path, dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom. An intense explosion resounded. It could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red, translucent shock wave burst out of the green giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 shock waves emitted by the green giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds. The earth trembled. Countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. He Lulan was seemingly unaware of this. Her eyes were staring at one of the green giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, He Cheng, was held inside. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill He Cheng, but at the same time, they were targeting Fang Yuan. I was scheming against He Lulan, but to think they would move against me first. Fang Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fang Yuan snorted internally. He turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fang Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xing Xiang Zi has already been exposed. He Lulan is astute. Since she knows I have Star Path cultivation, she would also know that I have already obtained Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought this was just an affectionate term. For example, little brother. To think that with a little ant, she also had an elder ant. And to think that He Lulan's elder ant was such a formidable person. Chapter 943. Afraid of death, Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lulan's elder ant. Fang Yuan did not expect this. Fang Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against He Lulan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fang Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move. He could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was extremely pitiful in comparison. It was despair-inducing. Even though Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, with his bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even a rank 7 Gu Immortal could not match a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Feng Jiu Gu was an exception. In the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The other party was simply too powerful. Fang Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu Immortal. This agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my true identity. Why did she help me in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu? This means that they are not going after my life. They have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fang Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fang Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden and Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, Most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's. Its entire body became slimmer and longer. Its arms and legs turned into sharp, 5-fingered claws. Whoosh! Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly. It jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled. A huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines, but the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. The 4 elders of He tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky. The strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually, the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl, resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of He tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything. Anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden and Mountain. Fairy Lishan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily in Wood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden and Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just Wood Path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of Earth Path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Lishan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden and Mountain that was based on her own strength, the green giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, there were 4 rank 7 Gu immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against a rank 8 when unified. The green giant could not break out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The green giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air. The sound was so loud eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly. Its wings flapped. It was extremely fast. It drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the green giant's arm and vanishing completely. The green giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense. Merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal, rapidly mending. But blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air. She slowly pointed her arm towards the green giant that was below her. Her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix. They were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge winds started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The green giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of He tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The green giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the Gu formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless Gu worm flew out rapidly towards the green giant. He Cheng, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint. He quickly fell. The green giant tried to grab him, but blazing heaven demoness stopped it. He Cheng tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside Orchard Garden and Mountain. Almost immediately, countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Lishan. Let him go. The 4 elders of He tribe flew into a rage. Countless dark ember killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the green giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of He tribe's first supreme elder, 9 Dragon Body Protection. It could both attack and defend. Under the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Lishan's expression changed. Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer. The green giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden and Mountain to trap it until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Lishan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and He Cheng. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing Heaven Demoness' speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden and Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The green giant successfully flew into the air. It roared and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness' movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of He tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of He tribe had to chase her. He Cheng had been the representative of the 4 supreme elders. He had settled He tribe's affairs for so many years, he knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their own Gu Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of He tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop Blazing Heaven Demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other super forces, or even any of the righteous path or demonic path forces. He tribe's Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was lost, and He Cheng got captured. He tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With He tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding onto in Northern Plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the green giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the 4 elders of He tribe. What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly, and most of our resources were stolen. We have suffered great losses. The He tribe Gu Immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful. They have undeniable rank 8 aura. The 4 elders of He tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it, our base cannot be lost. The defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. Go. We have to go back and defend it. The green giant roared loudly. Both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The green giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield, which was completely in ruins. He tribe did not pursue us. We are safe now. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually, and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fang Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Lishan, "So you are all family. You have truly kept me in the dark. The same goes for you." Fairy Lishan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fang Yuan obtained star form Blessed Land and disguised himself as Xingxiangzi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate. I am willing to serve you faithfully. It will be better for you if you keep me alive." He Cheng struggled to get up. His face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else, but He Cheng alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of He Cheng's expectations. Fairy Lishan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at He Cheng and scolded, "Dog thief, my little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you. You even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." He Cheng directly knelt on the ground. He raised his head and begged, "I am willing to be your dog or horse. I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of He tribe, including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 Ancestor He fan. Didn't Su Xian get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know. I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Lishan was completely unmoved as He Cheng turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding. This is all just a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force. They have an inheritance from long ago. Their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when He Fan was the one in power, He tribe had a rank 8 Gu Immortal. They were one of the stronger super forces in Northern Plains. But his lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. This was normal in the world of Gu Immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides. If one falls, another rises. He Cheng continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive. Facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, and He Lulan who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him, he could not threaten them using He tribe itself. Thankfully, He Fan had an inheritance, and He tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was extremely attractive to any Gu Immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered. She looked at He Lulan and spoke with a gentle tone. Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not. Only Little Lon can decide. Little Lon, go ahead. I have already restricted He Cheng. He is now as fragile as a mortal. Little Lon, listen to me. He Cheng knelt on the ground. He rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards He Lulan in a frenzy. You are my daughter. I am your father. You have the blood of He tribe flowing in you. You have a huge advantage in inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit He Fan's inheritance. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect your life. That is an undeniable fact. He Lulan looked at He Cheng. Seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked He Cheng away ruthlessly. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask, please ask. I will tell you everything that I know. He Cheng could almost see a chance of survival. He Lulan breathed in deeply. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Mother loved you so much. She trusted you completely. Actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life? He Cheng was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by He Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew. He Cheng's messy and muddy hair was blown up. His eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Su Xian'er surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me, but I was afraid of dying. I was afraid of dying. Sob, sob, sob. After answering her question, He Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotting prawn. His body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair. His body was covered in blood. His handsome face and former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. He Lulan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing, and He Cheng's continuous soft weeping. He Cheng's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 Venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew. From ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Su Xian'er, the mother of He Lulan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Su Xian'er died, she had given He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that He Lulan could activate Immortal Gu while she was still immortal. Little sister. Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Lishan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes were turning red. She showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. He Lulan lowered her head. She looked at He Cheng calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated towards He Lulan. She stretched out her hand behind He Lulan, hugging her beloved daughter as she consoled her gently. Let him go. You see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret. Is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life. He lives in terror. He lives in guilt. He is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear. Even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go. That is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lon, do not live in a world of hatred. Do not live in the past. You need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father. It is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Suddenly, she raised her leg, and she stomped. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Cheng was currently as fragile as Immortal. So under He Lulan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst, blood matter, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Su Xian'er's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that He Lulan turned around, facing her. There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way. I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? Humph, I am not so fragile. Little Lon. Fairy Lishan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand with much worry. Little Lon. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered softly. She wanted to take a step towards He Lulan, but she did not do so eventually. So it's like this, I think I understand now. Fang Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Chapter 944. The greatest fear is fear itself. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Mountains stood tall, fog was thick. In a deep area of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jin Huang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree. She quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were sent to investigate Northern Plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jiugu. From Feng Jin Huang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region. It was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jin Huang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate. Her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words. They attacked Feng Jin Huang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jin Huang had never seen someone die, but when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her. She only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jin Huang silently, out of thin air. Daughter. She heard a familiar voice. Feng Jin Huang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Mother. Feng Jin Huang could not hold it in anymore. She went into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a long time before Feng Jin Huang stopped crying. Mother. Father is so powerful. He must be all right now. Am I right? Feng Jin Huang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy Bai Qing did not directly console her in this matter. She shook her head. Even the invincible rank 9 Gu Immortals die one day, not to mention your father. People must die eventually. Huang Er, stop crying. Let mother tell you a story. This was a story in The Legends of Renzu. Legend says that Renzu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Featherman to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom. They did not want to be restricted. Renzu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Renzu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Renzu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son, I have a method." Renzu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death, and left a trace behind when searching for Fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death, and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road. That would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring Verdant Great Son onto the path that you walked on, and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, Verdant Great Son, will be able to escape death and revive." Renzu heard the method of Self-Gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let boundless forest samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by Self-Gu to save his eldest son. Verdant Great Sunday Renzu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked, one day, he met with a beastman. This beastman was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks. The fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer. Don't come here. I am afraid." Renzu was very curious. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Renzu felt that this was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart. It laughed at Renzu. "Oh human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, Fear Gu. Hee hee. Fear Gu." Renzu took a step back. His expression changed. Once Fear Gu appeared, fear started to well up in Renzu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beastman, "I will let you off now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dared to look down on me. Fear Gu, now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Fear Gu flew into Renzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Renzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Renzu screamed in horror. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, and often lost his way. During daytime, he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Gu also made Renzu afraid of tree leaves. Thus Renzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Gu made Renzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Renzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Gu, he could not move much. He could not make any progress. When Fear Gu understood Renzu's motive, it made Renzu scared of death. Renzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death, because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Renzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Self-Gu sighed. "Oh human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Fairy Baiqing spoke this story as Feng Jin Huang was silent in her arms. Fairy Baiqing looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, "Huang Er, no matter what, you have to become stronger and face death head-on. Death is not scary. Everybody dies. Not even a rank 9 Venerable is spared from it. Your father might be dead or alive. But one day, I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Jin Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Baiqing, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart. No matter how father is right now, I will not be fearful. I will face it directly and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jin Huang. How can I make father and mother lose face?" You are really a good child." Fairy Baiqing concealed the worry in her eyes. Her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Jiuji's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jiugu, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Jiugu was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Baiqing also was not having an easy time. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jiugu was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Baiqing had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Baiqing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Gu deeply. She wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him, but she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Gu was so powerful, but he still went missing. She could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jinhuang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from He Lulan's hands. He Lulan killed He Cheng and stomped on her father's head, but it was not enough. Now, He Cheng's soul had also been captured. He was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding onto a pearl. This is He Cheng's Immortal Aperture. I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lon, take it. It can only last for 7 days and 7 nights. Once the time limit is up, my immortal killer move will stop and the Immortal Aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the Gu worms in the Immortal Aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan received it silently. Fairy Lishan and Fang Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Don't look at me with such expressions. This method of taking an immortal aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of Immortal Kong Ju in Eastern Sea. I learned his method of retrieving apertures and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation. Her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. All right, now, we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan. Fairy Lishan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. All right, now, we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan. Fairy Lishan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Fang Yuan's heart shook, but Blazing Heaven Demoness said, no need to rush, I am still waiting for someone. Oh, who is it? Fairy Lishan asked in surprise. It is me. A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability. If he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. Old Ancestor Shuehu. He Lulan growled out. Leader. Fairy Lishan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic. His snow-white beard was very thick. It extended to his toes. Right now, all of his aura was concealed. Not a trace of his might was felt. He looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness. Because he was the #1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, in control of snowy mountain-blessed land. After the Battle of Rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Ancestor Shuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Shuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. Shuehu, how was your harvest just now? Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded, replying slowly. Even though He tribe has gotten weaker over the years, it is still a super force. It has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle blessed land gave me great gains. As it turned out, the 4 elders of He tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Cheng, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more Gu refinement materials, Old Ancestor Shuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle blessed land and looted it. When the 4 elders of He tribe returned, he had already left with the prophets. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shuehu teamed up together to deal with He tribe. Fang Yuan squinted. He couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask Old Ancestor Shuehu to take action, the 4 elders of He tribe would not have left. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old Ancestor Shuehu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at Old Ancestor Shuehu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for Gu refinement. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombies. Even though I used several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you. Old Ancestor Shuehu waved his hand. Dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground. One of them was still sleeping. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie with a regretful gaze. He knew that the blazing glory lightning brilliance zombie had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal goo. This blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If old Ancestor Shui, who did something overboard, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie would start self-detonating. And the immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously, Old Ancestor Shui, you truly keep your words. Then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain. Our battle will cease. Old Ancestor Shui, whose eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased tremendously. But the time path injury still plagues you. Now that the 4 elders of Hay tribe are back in Iron Eagle blessed land, after this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain Hay Fan's time path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle blessed land in the future, I can lend a hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, old Ancestor Shui, who had not taken a glance at He Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shui, who had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want. That was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shui, who was known as the strongest Gu immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the number 1 expert entirely. But Fang Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern in reality. Only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. Gu immortals were humans too. They looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for Gu immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no Gu immortals would do that. All Gu immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get, with greater difficulty in surviving. Hope was bleak. People like old Ancestor Shui and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang fought against old Ancestor Shui, but did they use all of their trump cards in full strength? No. Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, old Ancestor Shui displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. Because if they continued, the fight would escalate, and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it old Ancestor Shui or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now, both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old Ancestor Shui, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other Immortal Zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of Hay tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the Superforce Hay tribe. Hay tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that Hay tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the 4 elders of Hay tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent. The only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak. This was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that old Ancestor Shui had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan at long last. Now, we need to have a chat, Fang Yuan. She smiled lightly. She called him Fang Yuan instead of Xingxiangzi. Subconsciously, the pressure Fang Yuan felt internally intensified. But Fang Yuan smiled confidently. What do you have to say? I am listening. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan had planned secretly for a long time to set up this situation. Not only did they want He Lu Lan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Cheng, they also schemed against He Tribe and settled the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fang Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan felt indifferent towards such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone, Fang Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, would fear death? The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan's relationship was exposed, Fang Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xingxiangzi, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. On the surface, these three seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fang Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness' frown became tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fang Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits. Back then, when she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, she directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fang Yuan being just like that and destroying self-strength Immortal Gu. Self-strength Immortal Gu was already refined by Fang Yuan. He could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal Gu were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation, using a great deal of effort. Chapter 946, Past Grudges and Hatred in the Past. Blazing Heaven Demoness suffered from time path injuries. Thus, she had placed hope in He Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su Tribe, changed her third sister's name to Su Xian, and intentionally made her approach He Cheng to enter He Tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian were both in love with each other, becoming a Gu immortal couple, and Su Xian's night elopement thus became a famous story. Su Xian did not forget her task and tried to find out information of He Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. He Tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Su Xian, however, was truly in love with He Cheng, so she did not leave He Tribe. Afterwards, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in He Lu Lan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped He Lulan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Lishan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity and began to scheme. Because Fang Yuan just happened to need Star Thought Immortal Gu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fang Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to He Lulan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through He Lulan's perspective and thought of ways to support her. What was most important to He Lulan? Without doubt, it was self-strength Immortal Gu. First of all, He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. Self-strength Immortal Gu was a strength path Immortal Gu and was perfect for He Lulan. Second, self-strength Immortal Gu was an inheritance given to He Lulan by Su Xian'er. As far as He Lulan was concerned, it was not just a rank 6 Immortal Gu. It was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength Immortal Gu back for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Lishan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fang Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fang Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fang Yuan was very proficient in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan could take life-threatening risks and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come. It is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fang Yuan refine an Immortal Gu and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fang Yuan with immortal materials, but Fang Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the Immortal Gu, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the Immortal Gu but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. Any one Immortal Gu was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly. Right, I want self-strength Immortal Gu. Return the Immortal Gu to Little Lan. It was hers after all. If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not forcibly take Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu was already refined by Fang Yuan and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old Ancestor Shui, who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious Immortal Gu inside the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Unless they were a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who suppressed Fang Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in Theft Path. Theft Path was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His signature immortal killer move Formless Hand was feared by countless Gu Immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Lishan, and He Lulan did not have Wisdom Path methods, and Theft Path was not a mainstream path. Despite it being created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, besides him, other cultivators of Theft Path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan's Aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not very justifiable. Fang Yuan had obtained self-strength Immortal Gu fair and square. If he had not saved He Lulan, she would have already lost her life in the dream realm. It could be said that Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. However, Fang Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fang Yuan helped He Lulan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength Immortal Gu. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu Immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dongfang, tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, Immortal Gu are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that fell into old Ancestor Shuehu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Hey Lulan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier, I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunshan. But who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fang Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old Ancestor Shuehu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fang Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? Hey Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fang Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged, Fang Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them, we can talk. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, those Gu refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star thought Immortal Gu, did you tamper with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined Gu, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss? Blazing Heaven Demoness replied. That is because your fire path attainment has not reached great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used, and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the Gu refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength Immortal Gu, but I have some conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise and clapped. Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak, what are your requests? First of all, I want to form a new agreement. This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu Immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fang Yuan could escape safely. This is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued. Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength Immortal Gu, this won't be a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and get rid of the alliance agreement with them. Okay. Finally, I want Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Chapter 947. Nirvana Fire He Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness protecting her. Fang Yuan could no longer target her. If he could not obtain a super-grade Blessed Land, a high-grade Blessed Land was still very good. To achieve that, Fang Yuan needed a large number of ordinary Strength Path Immortal Zombie bodies. And in Northern Plains, who else could obtain more immortal zombie bodies than Blazing Heaven Demoness? Of course, Fang Yuan gave a valid-sounding excuse. If I give self-strength Immortal Gu to you, I will not have a useful Strength Path Immortal Gu with me. I need to refine a Strength Path Immortal Gu to replace it. The Immortal Gu recipe that I have needs a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not reject him either. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. If she agreed, she would have to pay a huge price. Earlier, old Ancestor Shui who handed over some immortal zombies. A large number of Strength Path immortal zombies were among them. But if she gave them to Fang Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly diminished. Immortal zombies were very particular about preserving their corpses after dying. This was the last bit of pride they had. Old Ancestor Shui who targeted the immortal zombie graveyard that caused Zombie Alliance to mobilize their forces to deal with this rank 8 expert, going into a state of frenzy disregarding the cost. That was because immortal zombie bodies were the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. Anyone who targets them will face the vengeance of Zombie Alliance. Old Ancestor Shui who understood this as well. After the matter was exposed, even though he obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, he kept many of them without using them, leaving behind a way to settle the situation. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought, I can give the Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter can be blamed on old Ancestor Shui who, nobody will suspect me. But the problem is, Fang Yuan wants to use immortal zombie bodies to refine Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were hard to refine. It was normal to fail. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head. She said to Fang Yuan, if you keep failing in your refinement, would I have to provide you immortal zombie bodies unceasingly? That is impossible. As the leader of the Zombie Alliance branch, I am stealing from the inside. If I get exposed, the consequences are severe. How about this? You can give me a number. If it is reasonable, I will consider it. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected him. The number was too large. It was too risky for even her to obtain this many Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. Next, both sides negotiated and eventually reached a consensus. Fang Yuan obtained a number of Strength Path immortal zombies that greatly exceeded the requirements for a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he pretended to be dissatisfied. This is only enough for me to do 3 attempts at Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I urge you not to get an inch and ask for a mile. Fang Yuan chuckled. He looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lu Lan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan slightly awkward. She was not as shameless as Blazing Heaven Demoness. Talking more is pointless. We can form the new agreement now. Once the agreement is created, I will return self-strength Immortal Gu to you. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you stated your conditions. Now, it is my turn. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly internally. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was not so easy to deal with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan extremely surprised. I am willing to fund you to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. I will not do anything to the immortal materials this time. Fang Yuan heard this and did not feel joy. He squinted as he went into high alert. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant state, Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. She said, Fang Yuan, I know that you have been looking for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie state. Look at this. Saying so, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to burn in raging flames. Orange-yellow flames covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot. It was filled with life force and could give observers a feeling of warmth and hope. It seemed harmless, but Fang Yuan took a few steps back vigilantly. Next, his eyes opened wide as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the burning flames, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to change. First, her 5-meter-tall zombie body shrunk rapidly, returning to a normal person's height. Next, her skin, which was rough and dark like tree bark, vanished in the flames. White and tender skin appeared on her, like a freshly peeled egg. Next, her immortal zombie hair, which looked like messy red wheat stalks, turned long and slim. The red color was vibrant and warm. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire figure went through a complete transformation. From a scary giant zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. She had tender skin, sharp features. Her gaze was energetic, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was busty. It could barely be contained. Her legs were slim and long, yet they were also not thin. Most strikingly, her hair extended to waist length. It was burning red, giving off a dreamlike feeling, vibrant and overflowing with colors. In this wondrous flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness had performed an amazing display in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her entire aura also became stronger, like a gently burning flame, becoming larger and giving off loud noises. Other than giving people a sense of liveliness, her aura was also more overbearing. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face became more rosy, but Fairy Li Shan showed worry on her face. Big sister, be careful of your injury. Blazing Heaven Demoness understood this, of course. The price she paid for this was not small, but seeing Fang Yuan's shining eyes and intense desire, she felt that it was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flame on her body and used Gu worms, turning her body taller and transforming from a beauty into a monster, becoming an immortal zombie again. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, I have a time path injury on my body that causes my aging to accelerate hundreds of times. Without any choice, I had to become an immortal zombie. But you saw earlier that I can revive easily, changing between the immortal zombie and living Gu immortal states. This is because of the immortal killer move that I used earlier, Nirvana Fire. Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt some hope internally. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had the best revival method there was. But hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Fang Yuan still was greatly excited. Using the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will turn into an ordinary Gu immortal completely. My remaining lifespan will decrease accordingly. I cannot use Wisdom Gu after that, since my lifespan would be consumed rapidly under the light of wisdom. Furthermore, each immortal aperture can only use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method once. It cannot be repeated. If I can obtain this revival method and interchange between the states of immortal zombie and living Gu immortal, that would be excellent. I would be able to use Wisdom Gu more optimally. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interested, she added chips to her side of the bargain. She took out Immortal Gu, saying to Fang Yuan, This is my third request. You have to accept this gift. If it were an ordinary Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not take even a glance at it. But Fang Yuan could not look away from this Mortal Gu that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out. The reason was simple. This Mortal Gu was so valuable, even rank 9 Venerables looked for it painstakingly. This was a lifespan Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, Fang Yuan, I know that you have little lifespan left. This lifespan Gu can give you 60 years of life. After you change back, you will not be old. Fang Yuan sighed to himself deeply. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave 3 conditions. The first was to help Fang Yuan refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, and she promised that she would not tamper with the materials. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this revival method allowed Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie freely and use Wisdom Gu fully. The third was a 60-year lifespan Gu. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been looking for. Rather than saying these 3 requests were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were more like bait that she was laying out in front of Fang Yuan. Facing such huge temptation, Fang Yuan felt excited. At the same time, his mood was heavy. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this for a reason. Thus, he cupped his fists at Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying seriously, I cannot reject Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions. Please continue stating them. Fang Yuan could not reject her, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan understood the situation he was in. She was very pleased and finally stated her true objectives. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true conditions. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. Second, she wanted to enter into the Guts Gu business and become the largest buyer in the Guts Gu trades. Third, and the most important of them, she wanted Tai Bai Yun Sheng to cooperate with her using man as before and landscape as before to try and heal the time path injury that she had. Fourth, she wanted to be able to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel from now on to return to Eastern Sea. Fifth, she wanted Fang Yuan to make a deduction for her each year for free. The content could be related to finding Immortal Gu, deducing incomplete Immortal Gu recipes, and others. Sixth, if possible, she wanted to meet Fang Yuan's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan thought about this thoroughly. He could agree to the first request. Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons were related to Fire Path. They might be useful to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Fang Yuan could do without them. The second request was for Blazing Heaven Demoness to enter into the Guts Gu trade and become a larger buyer than Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan could accept this. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, perhaps the Guts Gu trade would expand even further. For the third request, if Fang Yuan talked to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, he would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. The fourth request involving fixed immortal travel was similar. Fang Yuan would not lend the Immortal Gu. At most, he would go along with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan directly agreed to the fifth request. The sixth request was nothing but Blazing Heaven Demoness trying to probe into Fang Yuan's background and the force behind him. This was impossible. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not exist. He was made up by Fang Yuan. Chapter 948, Attitude Gu. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The silver light in the sky seemed everlasting and indestructible. There were many halls on the ground, but there was silence, without any person around. There was an old tower standing tall and proud among the halls. This tower was covered in blemishes. It had over 3 million years of history. It was very famous. The Immortal Gu house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created herself. Heaven Overseeing Tower. There was a huge refinement path Gu formation around Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the 4 cores of the Gu formation, there were 4 rank 8 Gu immortals respectively, 3 male and 1 female, 1 old-looking and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that the huge Gu formation was gradually coming to a halt, the 4 heavenly court Gu immortals let out deep breaths. Their tense minds calmed down. Once they relaxed, Lin Jiusheng's body wavered. He could not stand upright. He sat down on the ground directly. The others were not any better. Bai Cong Shui's head was full of sweat, while Bai Chun Tian was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's aged face had even deeper wrinkles than before. Any of these 4 people, if they went outside, would be huge characters in Central Continent, or famous experts even in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were all exhausted. It was as if they were extremely hungry, after having fought strong foes for 300 days, without any rest or sleep. After all, how could repairing the rank 9 Immortal Gu fate be so easy? Thinking about the difficulties when activating the Gu formation, Bai Cong Shui and the others felt immensely glad. One crucial step in repairing fate was to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven's will was grand and vast. A human's will was small and insignificant compared to it. The 4 Gu immortals endured much hardship to maintain their consciousness amidst the inflow of Heaven's will. Under this situation, minutes felt like years. They lasted for several hundred days and eventually succeeded. Good. Just now was a great success for repairing fate, Immortal Gu. Everyone has worked hard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord carried his walking stick as he slowly got up. He looked at the Gu formation in the center with much joy, as Fate Immortal Gu floated above it. This Fate Immortal Gu was like a black and white spider. The red wound on its body had already shrunken by 30%. We finally succeeded. By Chen Tian's side. Now that we succeeded, Fate Gu can already use 50% of its strength. Even if it is outside of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it can start to show some effect. Lin Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh, what effect? Bai Cong Shui asked in puzzlement. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, but he smiled and said, the effect of Fate Immortal Gu is fate itself. You have to know, all living beings in this world have certain paths in life that they follow. They cannot be allowed to change. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable harmed Fate Immortal Gu, the world went into chaos. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu has already recovered 50% of its strength. With its existence, the world is already starting to adjust itself. All of those who derailed from their original path before this, even if they took a huge detour, will start to move towards their original fate and continue on that path. At this moment, in Northern Plains, Blazing Heaven Demoness listed her true intentions. After considering them, Fang Yuan replied to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He did not directly reject the 6th request. He said that he could not directly make the decision for such a thing. He would try to inform his master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, but whether he would show up or not was the master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached a consensus, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. After patiently negotiating, both sides set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was hard to break. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experiences to avoid loopholes in the alliance agreement and increasing the difficulties of breaking it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had information path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would still need at least 2 to 3 years to break the agreement. Moreover, Fairy Li Shan was not an information path Great Grandmaster. After setting the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan's safety was assured. He followed the agreement and handed over Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the results. In fact, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not overbearing in this negotiation. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu, then that would be another story. Fang Yuan made great gains this time. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not try to lay her hands on Fang Yuan's Who Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention Fairy Li Shan's Time Luck Immortal Gu. This showed that she was truly sincere in cooperating with Fang Yuan. Be it his wisdom path attainment, fixed immortal travel, or other aspects, Fang Yuan had very great value if used. After achieving a mutually beneficial result by cooperating, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not strike forcefully. After all, in her mind, Fang Yuan was backed by Purple Mountain True Monarch. After He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan purposely let go of it, and she successfully refined it rapidly. It had finally returned to her. He Lulan sighed as she used the Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook as 3 strength path phantoms appeared. These three phantoms were not burly and rough-looking men like before. They were similar to He Lulan's own appearance. They were all peerless beauties. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed at this. Little Lan, you have finally unraveled the biggest obstacle in your heart and found your true self. He Lulan nodded in joy. When she killed He Cheng personally, she felt refreshed, her breathing became more relaxed, and she felt like she had started a new life. The strength path phantoms in front of her were proof. He Lulan smiled and laughed. She turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Elder Ant, don't you want He Fan's time path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan calling her Elder Ant and trembled from excitement. She knew that He Lulan actually hated her. After all, if it were not for her injury, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself during the course of events when undercover in He tribe. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness could be considered the killer of He Lulan's mother. He Lulan continued. Next, I will return to He tribe by infiltrating it. I will find He Fan's inheritance and obtain it afterwards. No, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan shouted in disagreement. He Lulan's words made them severely shocked. Back then, Su Xianair died because of this. He Lulan wanted to walk on Su Xianair's former path. How could her two aunts allow tragedy to strike again? Don't worry, I have already planned this for a long time. He Lulan expected their reactions. She placed her arms behind her as she walked slowly, analyzing calmly. Times are different now. The four elders of He tribe would not leave their base easily after this battle. With He Cheng's death, He tribe's reputation has sunken. In the following days, many super forces will collaborate and deal with He tribe. With He tribe's current strength, they cannot hold on to so many resources anymore. This is a rare opportunity. I will get into He tribe and obtain the highest authority. It is time this super force had a new owner. He Lulan had great ambition. Even Fang Yuan was shocked at her goals. Old Ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal some resources, he even hid himself during the process, fearful of He tribe's revenge. But He Lulan actually wanted to take over all of He tribe. It is too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke plainly, but she showed off a stance that did not allow rebuking. He Lulan looked at her aunts fearlessly. She smiled. I know that you are concerned about me, but I'm afraid you have the wrong idea. This is my decision. I'm not discussing it with you. You can refuse to cooperate with me, but you cannot interfere with my choice. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other speechlessly. He Lulan knew that it was hard to accomplish this goal herself, but if she had the help of both her aunts, along with Fang Yuan's strength, it would be of huge help to her. The danger would be lower, and she would have a higher chance of succeeding. Fine, I will give you some assurance. He Lulan said, taking out a mask. This mask was emanating with the aura of an Immortal Gu. Attitude Gu. At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed onto this mask. Attitude Gu was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, and also one of the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan was searching for. That was because Attitude Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Familiar Face. Fang Yuan had the modified Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. If he fused Attitude Gu into it, his disguise would surely be at a higher level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled look. This Gu was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave Attitude Gu to her. He Fengyu was a spoiled brat. As a mortal, she brought the Immortal Gu to roam the icy plane. In the end, she was targeted by a mysterious Gu Immortal and vanished. Attitude Gu also disappeared as a result and never showed up again. He Lulan's lips curled up. She toyed around with Attitude Gu. That's right, I obtained this Attitude Gu from the icy plane. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to the icy plane? Wait, that's right. I purposely went to the northern icy plane for my immortal ascension because I had clues of Attitude Gu's whereabouts. That was the only way I could subdue Attitude Gu, by borrowing the heavenly might of the tribulation. Haha, I will not talk about the specific details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She assessed He Lulan again. Feeling complex emotions, she was both happy and dejected. Nobody found out that He Lulan had obtained Attitude Gu, and she did not tell anyone either. Even Fairy Li Shan was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed internally. He Lulan wore the mask, saying plainly, from now onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped and smiled. Excellent. With Attitude Gu as well as the genuine He tribe bloodline, this matter might very well succeed. Fang Yuan was shocked. He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 949. Divine Concealment. Fang Yuan observed He Lulan closely. He Lulan's appearance had changed greatly after wearing the mask. Clad in black and gold armored martial attire, with short hair and bright eyes. A heroic and domineering aura radiated around her and gave an oppressive sensation to others. She unexpectedly looked almost the same as Fairy Black Moon's appearance, which Fang Yuan had seen in the records from Central Continent back in his previous life. Attitude Gu influences not my eyes, but my mind. Right now, the person I am looking at is still Hei Lu Lan wearing Attitude Gu, but my mind is perceiving her as a different person. This is far too huge of a coincidence. It seems Hei Lu Lan is undoubtedly Fairy Black Moon. Fang Yuan was convinced of this, understanding the hidden inside details of his previous life. In his previous life, Hei Lu Lan had become the winner of the Imperial Court contest. According to history, she was a tyrant and was later assassinated. But in fact, she had not died. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. And later, she returned to Northern Plains, leading Central Continent's Gu Immortals, wrecking 88 True Yang building and destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. If that was the case, how was Hei Lu Lan able to get in touch with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. Hei Lu Lan won in the Imperial Court contest, entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, and obtained Mo Yao's will. And under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how big of an influence Mo Yao's will was, Fang Yuan was not sure. His intuition told him that this guess should be the truth of history during his previous life. It was only that in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference, the whole situation was thrown into disorder. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused him to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already caused a huge influence to the future of Central Continent. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beyond imagination. But now, Hei Lu Lan is still in Northern Plains. If so, who will Spirit Affinity House appoint as the next generation fairy? Will it be Feng Jinhuang? Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander. He felt that since Hei Lu Lan was no longer involved, Feng Jinhuang was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the next generation fairy. Zhao Lianyun, you can be the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you successfully obtain this inheritance. Standing in front of the Thieving Heaven Inheritance's entrance, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Su Hao, spoke to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun gazed at the huge entrance of light with a resolute expression. I don't care about being the next generation fairy. I only want to save brother Ma Hongyun as quickly as possible. Illusory fairy Li Juning stood beside Su Hao, revealing a slight smile as she heard this. She softly stroked Zhao Lianyun's cheek, revealing a bewitching smile. Cute little sister, this is a Thieving Heaven inheritance. As long as you can successfully inherit it, you will be very likely to have the power to save your lover. Zhao Lianyun blushed. Her eyes, however, were sober and calm. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to deceive. Zhao Lianyun persisted in asking, I am only immortal. Can this inheritance immediately let me ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal, Li Juning, did not have an answer to this. In fact, she also did not know the specific contents of the inheritance. She glanced at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao before continuing. Even if you can't immediately become a Gu Immortal, by obtaining Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will become the strongest competitor for the position of the next generation fairy of spirit. Affinity House, don't underestimate this position. As long as you succeed, you can borrow the sect's strength to save your lover. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only super forces like ours can match up to old Ancestor Shuehu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not speak any further, taking a firm step forward into the entrance of light and disappearing within. Do you think she can succeed? Illusory fairy Li Juning let out a sigh and asked with a worried expression. Su Hao, however, was confident. We have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If even she can't succeed, who can? He continued. I know you are worried the inheritance will have difficult tests, and Zhao Lianyun might not be able to pass them since she is only immortal. But you don't know much about this aspect. After these last years of research, I have already confirmed what the qualification for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inheritance tests are. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can easily obtain his inheritance, and there are no other dangerous tests. I just don't know how much Zhao Lianyun can grow by inheriting this. Li Juning felt at ease at her husband's words. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zhao Lianyun were to immediately advance to a Gu Immortal. After all, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement. Compared to ascending to Immortal, I want his formless hand more. Back then, if only I had a slightly stronger Immortal killer move, I would not have been defeated by Feng Gu. Su Hao's fists were clenched as he said this, his eyes flickering with a vague light of hatred. No organization would lack internal strife. Spirit Affinity House naturally was not an exception. After Fang Yuan disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House tacitly agreed to trouble Fairy Bai Qing and Su Hao and Li Juning. This couple were the most important people in the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning consoled her husband. Heaven's Envy Manor had sent the news of the deaths of Ao Shui and Ling Mei, and Feng Yuan has been missing for so long. He might already be dead as well. Why would you be bothered by a dead person? Su Hao discontentedly gritted his teeth. Humph. In the past, Feng Yuan had such might that almost anything he said in the sect was carried out automatically, suppressing us for so many years. I was dispatched to comprehend the thieving heaven inheritance. This was also him removing me from a seat of power. But it was fortunate. I became the person who has the most understanding of thieving heaven's inheritances and have the highest authority regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could we have openly taken charge of Zhao Yinyun? Li Juning repeatedly nodded. At present, Feng Jinhuang is the top candidate for the next generation's fairy, but Zhao Yinyun's appearance is a new variable, becoming the competitor with the highest threat to Feng Jinhuang. If we could support her to rise to the status, we would not only be able to suppress that slut Bai Qing, but also can make use of it to regain authority. Zhao Yinyun was just newly arrived, but had already fallen into the power struggle within Spirit Affinity House, becoming a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for authority. As the saying goes, in this world, people often had no control of the situation. Su Hao was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly focused, becoming very surprised. Huh? She came out so quickly. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Yinyun's figure gradually appeared from thin air. Su Hao hurriedly asked, "The thieving heaven inheritance has disappeared. This means she has succeeded. Is it really so simple?" Even if he had done deep research and was mentally prepared, he could not avoid having an envious feeling right now. Li Juning had already moved ahead to welcome Zhao Yinyun. Zhao Yinyun was out of the inheritance space and appeared somewhat clueless and dazed right now. How was it? Did you succeed? What did you inherit? Under the heat of the moment, Li Juning grabbed Zhao Yinyun's small, tender shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Yinyun frowned from the pain. "I am also not too sure. There was a dazzling light after I entered. Then a will appeared. He told me to accept the rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment." Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Junying's eyes opened wide as they glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Yinyun, however, was disappointed, asking anxiously, "I did not become a Gu immortal, and also didn't experience any changes. Can I still save Brother Ma Hongyan?" Su Hao reacted at this moment, and started laughing heartily, replying firmly, "Of course. I did not think the true content of this inheritance was this. Being able to inherit Divine Concealment is a gargantuan fortune. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Divine Concealment." Li Juning also involuntarily let out a gasp. In the past, when thieving heaven demon Venerable created Theft Path, he stole the treasures of the world with no one able to forecast or deduce his movements. Why was that the case? It was rumored that it was because of two defensive killer moves thieving heaven demon Venerable possessed. One was Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Yinyun's eyes opened wide. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded. Right. Divine Concealment makes it so that no thoughts, wills, or emotions can deduce your state or origins. Do you know what this means? The methods of probing and deducing of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world come from these three aspects: thought, will, and emotion. And with Divine Concealment, you are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 Divine Concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can have a chance to succeed in making deductions about you. Su Hao continued. This is actually still not its most amazing aspect. You might not even believe it when I say it, but the most amazing thing is that Divine Concealment can make Gu masters immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Junying's expression looked enchanted, while Zhao Yinyun still looked uncomprehending. Su Hao could not help but laugh. He realized Zhao Yinyun was only immortal and not a Gu immortal, thus she did not understand the significance of this. He patiently explained, Heaven's will is a kind of will. You have Divine Concealment. Since Heaven's will can't probe you, it can't send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped the detection of Heaven's will. When you ascend to immortal later, you won't attract any heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. After thieving heaven demon Venerable created Divine Concealment, no calamities and tribulations befell him. But this has its disadvantages as well. Calamities and tribulations are not entirely bad. They are a major way to increase the number of Dao marks a Gu immortal has. In the future, although you won't face calamities and tribulations, and will be incomparably safe. You won't be able to increase your quantity of Tao marks through calamities and tribulations, and your accomplishments would be limited. Unless you have the other methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to support your cultivation. In records of history, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Tao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved round and round in puzzlement as she probed. Divine concealment is so powerful, then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who had been talking with confidence, did not have an answer for this, and Li Juning also slowly shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, but the latter is extremely mysterious. There are many guesses and public opinions vary, but they are all unreliable, and there has never been a publicly accepted answer. Su Hao replied. Li Juning spoke faintly. But since both are equally famous, it also must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, her tone one of astonishment. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. Another thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luo Pa Valley, and that inheritance is about ghostly concealment. What? A second thieving heaven inheritance? And it is hidden in Luo Pa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning was surprised and joyous. They glanced at each other with bright eyes. Chapter 950. Unexpected compensation. Su Hao and Li Juning were very perceptive. Zhao Lianyun's information was very important. Su Hao and Li Juning immediately thought of Fang Gu rather than the thieving heaven inheritance. Combined with the information from the central continent Gu immortals who returned, they were almost certain. The reason why Fang Gu disappeared was because he was trapped inside the thieving heaven inheritance. The thieving heaven inheritance must have been used by the enemy to trap Fang Gu. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He said this after deducing. Then what should we do now? Li Junying's words made them sink into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around left to right and back. She did not speak. The reason why said she mentioned this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains, using Spirit Affinity House's power to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflicts within Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other. They interacted with their gazes. Both of their gazes gradually turned cold. They had chemistry and a close rapport built over the years. They quickly came to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and temporarily not report it. They wanted Fang Gu to die. If they reported it, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send people to save him. If Fang Gu was still alive, what would happen once he was saved? After dragging it out for 3 days, both immortals reached the time limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups in Spirit Affinity House were alarmed. They organized a group to save him. As for the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, she became the key person in this rescue mission. She was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom. A loud sound was heard as intense explosions occurred. The entirety of Giant City trembled. What is going on? What is going on? Is someone attacking Dark Flow Giant City? In Dark Flow Giant City, people had fallen to the ground. Shocked cries were heard. Dark Flow Giant City was enormous. It had a total of 7 layers. The lower 5 layers were the residences of Immortal Gu masters and were very bustling and clamorous. 1 layer above was where people with some connection to immortal zombies resided. The highest layer was reserved for immortals only. At this moment, at the highest layer of Dark Flow Giant City, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan was covered in soot as he came out of the secret room. He was coughing nonstop. He failed again when Refining Star thought Immortal Gu. Ever since they made the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He came to Dark Flow Giant City and used Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Refinement Path Gu formation. He was not a Refinement Path Gu immortal. He could not set up a Refinement Path Gu formation of such a level himself. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu again. Blazing Heaven Demonis had funded him a huge amount of immortal materials for Gu refinement in accordance with the agreement. This time, the immortal materials were not tampered with at all. Fang Yuan had an easy time during the refinement, but during the final few steps, the Gu refinement failed, and an intense explosion occurred. Not only was the entire Refinement Path Gu formation blown to bits, the explosion also destroyed the secret room, alerting all of the Gu immortals in Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortals in the lower layers felt it. At the final few steps, the Tao marks will undergo a unique change that cannot be controlled. The interaction of Tao marks would only stabilize under one condition. That is the successful refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. This step is purely dependent on luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Tao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, desolate plants. Even if they had Tao marks in them, they could only make use of them through Gu worms. Thus, When Gu Immortals refined Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control intense changes in the Dao marks. To make a rather crude comparison, refining a rank 6 Immortal Gu was like playing golf. The Gu Immortals' preparations are all to ensure that the golf ball moves according to the path that they had planned. But the long path that the ball needs to travel on is filled with over 100 holes. Only when the golf ball falls into the correct hole at the end of the path would the Gu refinement succeed. Gu Immortals could only ensure that the golf ball would move according to their wishes during the first half of the route. By the second half, the ground would be uneven and filled with pits. The Gu Immortals would not be able to control how the ball moved anymore. Thus, whether the ball could enter the proper hole depended on luck. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer tampered with the immortal materials, her funding is not without cost. I need to pay her back eventually. Refining Immortal Gu is simply too hard. The success rate is too low. Maybe I can seek help from Land Spirit. He should have a strong refinement path, Immortal Gu, or a special refinement method to increase the rate of successfully refining Immortal Gu. In history, Long-Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. The number of Immortal Gu that he had refined in his life shocked countless people. Even though Long-Hair Ancestor had died, his land spirit was alive, and Langya Blessed Land was still intact. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement had failed again. He even suffered injuries. He decided to seek help from Langya Land Spirit and try to increase his chances, even if he had to pay a huge price. I'd suggest you to first try refining the strength path, Immortal Gu. At this time, Fairy Lishan came over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Lishan could no longer stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ever since they killed He Cheng, Fairy Lishan had been staying inside Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a band of immortal zombies to assault the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land demonic path Gu Immortals with high rates of success. In actual fact, it was because Fairy Lishan was the traitor exposing intelligence to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Lishan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Even though she was restricted by the alliance agreement of the forces of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, she could skirt around the restrictions and aid Blazing Heaven Demoness, while only suffering mild injuries from violating it. How could old Ancestor Shui who keep such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced the expulsion of Fairy Lishan and declared her to be an enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lishan had offended the biggest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was welcomed by Zombie Alliance. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness made her one of them. Furthermore, she was the key person in forcing old Ancestor Shui to give in just now. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Lishan was very well respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan heard Fairy Lishan's words and frowned. Please explain. Fairy Lishan sighed. There is a change in the situation. My sister's funding for your refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu might have to be delayed. Why is that the case? Fang Yuan could not understand. They had just set the agreement. Was Blazing Heaven Demoness going to break the agreement so quickly? That did not make sense. Because funding Fang Yuan's refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu was Blazing Heaven Demoness' idea. Fairy Lishan explained the reason, and Fang Yuan soon understood why. The reason was that the cooperation between Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shui, who had a huge impact on Northern Plains after Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance went into a ceasefire. The conflict between both forces received much attention. Some of the other regions even looked into the matter. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shui who knew their limits. They cooperated and settled this conflict rapidly and peacefully. The Righteous Path forces in Northern Plains were excitedly watching this, as they wanted to see a conflict between them. Suddenly, there was a turn of events. As the conflict ended, Zombie Alliance's headquarters sent out a mandatory mission in addition to the contribution points. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together, using all their resources to refine a giant Gu formation. This Gu formation's sole use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If a situation like old Ancestor Shui who's stealing bodies happened again, the Gu formation would activate and defend the place. If it could not defend the place, the power of the Gu formation would teleport these immortal zombie bodies out of Northern Plains. Right now, Zombie Alliance is putting in a huge sum. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, but the other 3 branches, and even the headquarters are building this giant immortal Gu formation together. Just here alone, we are using 13 immortal Gu and countless supplementary mortal Gu. Most of the immortal Gu are sent here from the headquarters, but we also have to refine a number of them. Thus, Dark Flow Giant City is recalling all the immortal zombies back to refine Gu. There will definitely be insufficient storage in Dark Flow Giant City. The immortal zombies will have to use their personal resources. Fairy Lishan explained in detail. Of course, The immortal zombies would be compensated for contributing their personal resources. The Zombie Alliance headquarters was giving out huge amounts of contribution points, much higher than ordinary times, to compensate the members. This was among the biggest actions taken by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. An immense amount of contribution points made the immortal zombie members feel enthusiastic about refining goo. As long as they participated and expended immortal materials, regardless of whether they failed or succeeded, they would be able to obtain a huge sum of contribution points. This was a benefit rarely seen in 1,000 years. Furthermore, after setting up this goo formation, the Zombie Alliance graveyard would be safe without any future worries. The immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance were also delighted to see the creation of this giant immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea were temporarily unable to return to Eastern Sea. They stayed and refined immortal goo and a huge number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was in the same place. She could no longer fund Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought immortal goo was obstructed. He could not even continue using the goo refinement secret room. He had already rescinded the Zombie Alliance agreement that had been placed on him. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was the branch leader, had the authority to do this. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Lishan were both outsiders. Except that Fairy Lishan was much more popular and well-regarded than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought. In the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance had this plan too, and they even succeeded. But the reason was not because old Ancestor Shui who stole immortal zombies from the graveyard. It seems that the course of history will not alter easily. In this life, Zombie Alliance is building this giant immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop them, of course. Zombie Alliance was a huge force. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was just the leader of a branch, was already able to suppress him firmly. If not for Fang Yuan's immense value which interested Blazing Heaven Demoness, choosing to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have been dead already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he was entitled to. Blazing Heaven Demoness action is going against our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan asked as he looked at Fairy Lishan. Fairy Lishan smiled bitterly. This was indeed Blazing Heaven Demoness violating the agreement. According to their alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to give Fang Yuan quite a sum of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan was willing to forego the compensation claim, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay him. Otherwise, the backlash of the agreement would heavily injure her. Blazing Heaven Demoness was feeling regret towards this as well. If she had known this, why would she fund Fang Yuan? Wasn't a different condition better? Even if she wanted to fund him, she could do so in a different way that did not break the agreement. The plan of Zombie Alliance caught Blazing Heaven Demoness off guard. Since Fang Yuan refused to let go, she could only compensate him.